Spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as I am, as I am. I wanna be in a place where I can be a part of this big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as I am. This big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as as I am, as I am. I wanna be in a place where I can be a part of this big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as I am, as I am. I wanna be in a university where I can fully open my mind. If I can't be, then I wanna be a totally name university. I wanna be in a university where I can fully open my mind. If I can't be, then I wanna be a totally name university. I wanna be in a place where I can stand proud of who I am. It's everything, just anything the future may bring. My heart is filled with joy and laughter, 'cause I know where I'm going to. The only place I chose to be. Come with me, and you'll see. I wanna be in a university where I can fully open my mind. If I can't be, then I wanna be a totally name university. I wanna be in a university where I can fully open my mind. If I can't be, then I wanna be a totally name university. I wanna be in a university where I can fully open my mind. If I can't be, then I wanna be a totally name university. I wanna be in a university where I can fully open my mind. If I can't be, then I'm sure it would be a totally name university. Realizing dreams. I wanna be in a place where I can be a part of this big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as I am, as I am. I wanna be in a place where I can be a part of this big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as I am. Just like me will take me as I am, as I am. I wanna be in a place where I can be a part of this big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as I am. Where I can be a part of this big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as I am. Part of this big wide world, where I can spread my wings and fly to where my dreams can come true. I wanna be in a place where they understand the stirrings of my heart, where people just like me will take me as I am. If I
No problem. Oh. Yes, okay. Hello, ma'am. Madungog ko mo.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Lala.
Kinsa man ni?
Kapag si Gloria ni si Gloria. Nag-testing ko sa computer. Lele na.
Okay, okay. Sige, sige.
Okay, Raya audio.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay ra,
thank
okay ra.
you.
Okay ra, okay ra. Hello, how about ma'am sa ako? Klaro ra? Ma'am Glo? Hi.
Hello. Okay, Ra. Madungog ka na.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Klaro ra?
Yes.
Klaro ra, ma'am. Good morning.
Okay. Pero dili lagi maklaro kaayo. Sige. Hi, ma'am.
Hello. Okay, Ra. Madungog
Ikaw na mo.
ka. Pag-opening remarks, sige po yan. Sa walang test.
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. No problem. Ito, isa na din yan. Because
morning, it's not common. Wait, mag-sleep. Your internet is unstable. Mag-present na ba ako sa research Colloquium? PCR. Sabi ang gamitin best. Sabi best. Ang 124 or 224? Kani-kani ang office. Okay. Presenter, wala ko patuloy. Peace out. Thank you. Hi, sir. Good morning. Sir. Presenter ko karon, sir. Karon ba sige ko open ani karon sa aking Google. So, kung sige nga niyo, internet is unstable. Presenter ko, sir. Sir. Ako sa PCR 124. Say ba? Say best. Yeah, pwede. Sige, try ha.
Hello, Ma'am Lunette.
Hi, hello, Kinsney.
Nagasugod na, Ma'am?
Wala pa si Sir Los po.
Ah, happy no. Na-worried ko. Alo, mo ka ko kayo. Basig ako yung kadungog.
Same here. Nagubaan.
Okay. Thank you. Nag-verify ako kay Ma'am display raghapon ari ko.
Actually is preparing for technically. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Wadto mo da kung eskwelahan ko niya. Magsugod na mabalik ko kung andaring dali.
Okay, Doc. You're at home.
Napaka-heck. Kaya pa may estudyante na ngayog grado.
Okay, Doc. Relax.
Na-stress itong beauty.
Stressful. No, let's be happy.
Huwag ka munang ma-stress, Dr. Chris.
Hello! Good
May
morning,
laban
Dr.
pa.
Ethel.
Ako'y
labanan
ma-stress.
pa.
Ako'y ma-stress.
Kinsay mga presenters karon?
Usa ko.
Wow, gwapa. May banto na rin. Sa'yo kay ka nagpa-display sa mong beauty, ha?
Di, nag-try lang ko ba? O klaro ba ko? And then,
Klaro ba imong beauty? Klaro
ba
kayo,
ang audio and video? Okay ra, sir?
Okay kayo, ha? Sa
Okay ang audio,
stick.
sir? Thank you.
Dr. Nice Pudolin is
Good morning. As we are about to begin, let me remind everyone to please identify yourself using the format. Your institution, underscore your family name, and then your first name. Mute your microphone when you are not speaking. As an attendee, you may or may not show yourself during the presentations. And please don't forget to fill out the attendance form by clicking on the attendance link posted in the chat box. Thank you. At this moment, let's have the HD chorale for the invocation and the singing of hymns.
Lord,
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry we are a few minutes behind schedule due to technical problems, but everything's fine now. My name is Carla Jane Tanyo from Holy Name University College of Education, and I welcome you all to the part 4 of the Research Colloquium, Education and Culture. So this is in collaboration with the College of Education and Administrative Department. I appreciate everyone for attending today's colloquium, despite the fact that today is the start of the midterm exam, new. So I know that everyone is busy. So yeah, thank you for taking time off your busy schedules. Now, let's have some reminders for the participants. Participants, please identify yourself by using the format, your institution, underscore your family name, and then your first name. Mute your microphone when you are not speaking. As an attendee, you may or may not show yourself during the presentations. And please don't forget to fill out the attendance form by clicking on the attendance link posted in the chat box. Thank you. Now, to begin this program, we are pleased to have Father Orencio M. Rodriguez, SVD, Vice President for Administration, to deliver his welcome remarks. Father?
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Tanya. To our deans and administrators, our partners from Bohol Island State University, Mater Dei College, University of Bohol, and the Bohol Association of Catholic Schools, our reactors, our research presenters, faculty members, students, friends, good morning. We have reached the last leg, the fourth of the Research Colloquium series, which is spearheaded by the College of Education and the Administrative Department. Our theme is education and culture. The three research colloquia were successful thanks to all of you, lovers of edu knowledge, who joined us since the start of the series. For the attendees this morning, most especially our distinguished reactors, Dr. Rosel Harding and Dr. Remedios Bacos of the Cebu Normal University, Dr. Salustiano Jimenez of the Department of Education, Region 7, and Mr. Lutgardo Labad of the Provincial Government of Bohol. We sincerely thank you for gracing this activity, and our warmest welcome to each one of you. To our presenters, good luck. To all the attendees, may this activity keep us inspired and challenged as we move towards greater strides in research-based education. To all of you, welcome and good morning.
Thank you so much, Father. Now, for
Welcome.
the statement of purpose, let me call Dr. Maria Paz J. Espiritu, Director, Center for Research and Publications. A virtual applause for Dr. Espiritu.
Thank you very much, Miss Carla. Father Rene Rodriguez, our VP for Administration, our deans, administrators, our partners from the different institutions, our reactors, colleagues, students, friends, good morning. After a month, we have finally come to the end of our Research Colloquium series, the last but never the least, sponsored by the College of Education and the Administrative Department. This is a milestone for us, considering that we are in the middle of a pandemic, and yet all the colleges, through the able leadership of the deans, have made concerted efforts to make this series a reality. I would like to make special mention to our reactors who have joined us this morning for heeding our invitation, as mentioned by Father Rene earlier. So they are likewise research enthusiasts from Cebu Normal University, from the Department of Education, and from the provincial government of Bohol. For those who have joined us in the first colloquium, you have already heard 3 messages on why we are here, and I do not wish to reiterate those messages this time, but rather, I would like to share my wish for all of us. I wish and I dream that after this series, the office will be bombarded by your research proposals. Submissions of research proposals from the different colleges would be coming. The numbers would be accumulating. We don't care about the work of the Research Council to be reviewing all these proposals, but we just want to strengthen the research culture of the university. So it is my challenge posed to each and every one of us, especially all of the faculty members who are with us attending this colloquium. The school supports all your research undertakings, whatever research undertakings you plan to do for this school year and in the next school years to come. The school will be there to support you financially, morally, physically. All the support that you can name, the school will be there just to make sure that our research culture of the university will be strengthened. And with that, I wish that we will have a productive morning by listening to the sharing of our colleagues as they share to us the new learnings and knowledge that they have generated through the conduct of their researches. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Now, before we start with the presentation of researches, let me read the mechanics of the presentation. Each presenter is given a maximum of 20 minutes to present his or her research. At the end of the 15th minute, you will hear a bell, and that would be your signal that you only have 5 minutes left. Now, for the reactor, you are given 10 minutes to give your comments, observations, reactions, or suggestions. A certificate of appreciation for the reactors and a certificate of presentation for the presenters will be given right after the presentation and reaction. There will be an open forum at the end of all the presentations. So if you have questions, you may type or send them in the chat box. And now, without further ado, let me call Mr. Marianito Jose M. Luspo for his study entitled Daoist Water Wells, a case study of self-governing common pool resource management. Sir Luspo.
The participants, I'm going to present now a study that we made years before. This is entitled Daoist Water Wells, a case study of self-governing common pool resource management. I hope that my shared screen is clear. Okay, so second screen. So, sorry. So for a background of the study, so the research entitled Daoist Water Wells, a case study of self-governing common pool resource management, was actually commissioned by the Philippine Human Development Network, or HDN, a UNDP-funded organization based in UP Diliman. And this study of ours is one of similar studies conducted in various parts of the country, aimed at identifying common resource management paradigms, and this includes such common resources as water, money, of course, in cooperatives. At the same time, we also have
wala yung kuan, ma'am.
Excuse me, something is
Okay rin na, ma'am.
anyway.
Okay rin. Wala kay kuan na, ma'am, ng sound system or something like
me.
Kuan sir, saksakan eh.
Mugana to?
Ako katong ang imuha kay akong itis hindi mo
Hindi,
magana.
ang imuha mo kana. Pwede ra.
Admin, can we mute? Can we mute the extraneous sounds coming in? Okay, so to continue, the funding of this research came from the HDN, and a MOA was signed between the organization and Holy Name University as the local partner of the project and also the project implementer. The members of our team was composed of Mr. Jose Nazareno, Mr. Sinon Abayani, Mrs. Agnes Bustrillius, the late Mrs. Agnes Bustrillius, Noel, Mrs. Emily Noel, and of course the author as the team leader. The research was conducted from June to September of 2011 with a draft presentation made in August and the final output a month later. The research was conducted in all the 12 barangays of Daois, documenting some 200 wells in the town. The study is qualitative and involving detailed and documentation and case studies for more in-depth analysis. Analysis and conclusions were based on the data gathered by the team. So this is our research locale. So we have Daois. If you notice, Daois is 1/2 of the island of Panglao, and this consists of 12 barangays, including the Poblacion. So this is the map that we came up with, courtesy of the MPDC of Daois, showing all the 12 barangays of the municipality of Daois. So we have here the data about the town, its land area, total number of barangays, population, number of households based on NSO data dated 2007. And we have the distribution of population of the 12 barangays of Daois. And now we go to the presentation of data. So in our survey, we found that the Daois water wells, by the way, we insisted on using the word water wells because wells are by themselves, they're just facilities, but these are facilities that are connected very much with water and water utilization and use. So we preferred to use water wells rather than just wells. Now we noticed that all these water wells in Daois can be classified in 3 types. First is according to type, and we have what we call the open type. These are traditional wells with deep shaft and open at the top, with or without roof cover and enclosure. And there are 2 kinds here that we found in Daois. We have the mano-mano style, meaning to say people who draw water from the well will simply drop their bucket inside and draw it by hand. Thus, we call it mano-mano. And then we have the nilikisan type, which makes use of a wheel-like device, which is attached to a rope and which will be pulled around by usually a cattle, baka or kabaw, so that the what do you call this? The rope attached to the pail will just move by itself. So this is something that we only found in Daois. So we call this the open type because it's open up to the sky. And then we have the closed type, meaning to say you cannot see the water and the shaft because there is a device on top of it. This is also known as artisan wells. And artisan wells in the Philippines have been introduced during the late during the American period, rather. So these are American-made devices introduced by then the colonial government to improve the availability of water to people in the area, not only in Daois, of course, but in many parts of the island of Bohol and elsewhere. So we have examples of, we have pictures here of the mano-mano type. If you notice, it's open to the top, but it's covered for safety. And then we have another mano-mano type from the mano-mano type in Catarman. And of course, we have the nilikisan type in Mariveles. So this is the wheel that I'm talking about. This will turn around, and the device, the pole on top of it, if you notice, this is attached to the cattle or the cow that will in turn turn it around and raise the bucket from the well. We have another nilikisan type from Mayakabak, which is made of metal instead of wood. And we have another nilikisan type in Poblacion. It's not extant anymore. This has been dismantled a few years back. And then we have Mayakabak with its superstructure, meaning to say people made roofs on top. And interestingly, they serve many purposes, not just to cover the integrity of the water in the well, but also for social reason. So very important in Daois is the use of the ancient moton or pulley that had been devised by the people, carved from wood or sometimes metal, as in the case here in Poblacion. So moton is the local word for pulley, and this is, for us, this is important because this indicates that this is a practice that has been going on for quite some time and really has become part of the culture and heritage of the people of Daois. So we have other samples of motons used in the water wells of Daois. Okay. And this is, of course, the type of artesian well. This is found in Catarman. If you notice, it is closed, so the water is securely covered by cement and with the superstructure on top also. and of course the machinery that would pump water out. And people would simply line up after they could draw water from the well out of this. Another classification of the Daoist water wells is according to the level of water service that are available in the area. We have level 1, level 2, and level 3. With level 1 referring to both open and closed well types that serve as communal water resource for the community. We have level 2. This refers to open and closed well types that have been installed with mechanized pump and which serve as a common water resource for the community. So this refers to either open or closed well, but they have added recently, early 2000, mechanized pumps. And the water that is pumped out of it, instead of using the hand move method or the nilikisan method, it's the mechanized pump that draws water from the well. But this is common resource to the community. And the level 3 refers to open or closed type wells installed with submersible or mechanized pump, which delivers waters through pipes to individual households in a form of barangay water system. So all these 3 levels. And then we have example of level 1 in Dao. Okay, so it's an old open type well, but this has been, water can be drawn from this well by hand or by nilikisan style. We have level 2 in San Isidro. If you notice the plastic pipes that are attached to it, these are actually the pipes that draw water from the mechanized pump leading to the outside. Now we have Catarman water wells location map. These are just samples of the map that we made, actual map that we made of where the wells are located, indicating also the level type that the wells are found in. So the yellow dots are the indicators of where these level 1 wells can be found in Daois, in this town. And then in Mayakabak, we also have only level 1 wells. And of course, we have in Mayakabak, we have level 1 but closed. And so this goes on through to all the 12 barangays that we have surveyed, part of our survey. So we have another one. This is San Isidro. So if you notice in San Isidro, there is level 1, level 2, and level 3, and even the level 1 closed wells can be found there. Okay, so the third classification of Daoist water wells is according to continuing use, with first type still in use as potable water source, and still in use but for non-potable use only. So they use the water because of saltwater intrusion. Many of the water wells, almost all of the water wells in Daois are not anymore potable. So one example of still potable water source is the one inside the Church of the Assumption in Poblacion Daois. It can still be drunk by people, but many are already not potable. So if you notice, just outside the church near the convento, there are 2 wells there. You cannot anymore drink them, but they are still there. And these are all found all over Daois anymore. Again, this is due to the saltwater intrusion in the course of decades or centuries even. And the third well, those that are not anymore in use. So either they have dried up or they cannot anymore serve the needs of the people of Daois. So as I mentioned earlier, the superstructures that they create outside or on top of their water wells also serve other purposes rather than protection from the element. They actually serve as community centers for the people of these localities. So we have an example in Poblacion Daois. In the upper part, we have the Bagakay water well. Again, this has been dismantled already. there are seats all around, because even as people could sit down and wait for their turn to draw water from the well, to get water from the well, they can also do their community sharing activities, bonding among the residents there. And so this is another shot of the Bagakay water well. This one is in San Isidro. So this looks very dilapidated, but actually there are seats inside facing each other, facing the pump, if you notice, no? In the middle part. And then there is also the common area for washing clothes. So this really, the water wells of Daois really serve not just as a place for people to draw life-giving water, but also a place where they could continue with the social life of the barangay. So another example of a picture of this community center in San Isidro, Daois water well. And this is a picture of an abandoned water well. No? This is the old Tinago well, Tinago. So it's now closed. There's hardly water in it, and even if there's water, it's not anymore clean enough even to clean their motorcycles, unlike in other places. So in Totolan, we have this ancient well. Most of these wells, by the way, have been made, or rather improved in the early 1900s. So this is already abandoned, but people still, maintain it. They do not abandon their wells actually. And this is a non-functioning artesian well in the as you shall see later on. Almost all the artesian wells of this type in Daois, and even in Panglao, I've noticed also, are not functioning anymore. They have not been maintained, and they have been left to the element. Okay, so we will now go to our data analysis of our research, the common pool resource management styles of the Daoist experience. Now, one of the more striking finding that we found out in Daoist is that based on the data, we found 3 resource management styles used in Daoist in relation to their common resource, which is water. So number 1, we have the government provided wells. And when you say government provided wells, this means government provided the facility, but there is no clear management as to who will use it, how to use it, and how to manage the area. And then we have the traditional wells administered using LGU setup. So meaning to say, old wells are now managed by the barangay themselves, with the barangay captain leading the effort of managing and maintaining their wells. And number 3, and this is the more interesting part, is the traditional wells that use traditional management setup. The researchers found out that the government provided wells have not been maintained and had been abandoned. The traditional water wells, but the LGUs utilized using submersible pumps and distributed have persisted but beset with sustainability problems.
5 minutes,
Yes, this could be because in the traditionally managed wells, they make use of a traditional social setup we call hongos. It's an ancient form of basic organization wherein members are expected to contribute human labor for a pre-designated communal undertaking. So this is the hongos is really something that is not found in other places in Daois or even in Bohol. We have hongos, yes, but these are agricultural hongos, and in Daois they have really these terms, no, that they still use. Tagbo, which is when they meet to maintain the well. They have the saga for regular maintenance of the well, and the kalas, access fee for those who are not members. So there is also another element of the Hongosa Daois, and this is the Hongosa Atabay setup, wherein there is a patron saint and an accompanying fiesta for every water well. And I think this is the secret behind the strength and sustainability of this common resource management practice. So for our conclusions, as we have said, we have seen in these 3 case studies, the Daoist-based Hongos is a real and basic form of community organization and applied as a management style to take care of a natural resource. Thus, studies should be conducted on how the cultural practice could be reintroduced or applied to other parts of the province which follows this tradition. And this is because we could hardly find a book or a comprehensive study about how Hongos really functions. Number two, the Hongo system comes in many different variations and have different communities freely making their own adaptation to a classic theme. Thus, care has to be taken not to standardize the practice. Number three, local organizations are stronger when they are built on structures generated from within rather than on something external and imposed. In other words, resource management for the people of Daois is more effective when conducted along the level of basic community. Thus, awareness of and respect for local cultural belief systems and practices should be seriously considered in doing developmental initiatives. And number four, there is among the various communities of Daois a sense of accepting change, especially as regards the introduction of new sources of water. More studies should be conducted on the nature and practice of the Bohol Hongos so that progressive contents could be enhanced and insular tendencies mitigated, but without compromising cultural integrity. And that ends my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Sir Luspo. And now to give her comments, observations, reactions, and suggestions, let me call the professor of the Department of Public Governance of Cebu Normal University and ShedTech evaluator for Public Administration, Management, and Governance, Dr. Rosel A. Hardin. A virtual applause, please.
Ayong buntag. Thank you very much, Ma'am Carla Jane. And congratulations, Sir Luspo, for that very, I don't want to say the word wonderful, but high impact paper. I understand that the paper is actually focused on the cultural perspective of water resource, not only development, but also the cultural perspective. But I'd like to say that this paper, Sir Luspo, is very, very relevant, particularly in the times of the pandemic. And while reading your manuscript last night, I was amazed of how well were you able to conduct a survey of 200 wells, despite the limitation of mobility that we have now. But siguro, please allow me to share inputs lang, hopefully, to improve your paper, because I am hoping that when this paper will be complete, this will really be relevant to the local government of the West, no? And it will also really help the water utilization management, not only of the West, but also in Bohol. I'd like to start, Sir Luspo, in terms of the structure of your paper. While I was reading your paper, this will actually address the SDGs. We know for a fact that as of this time, one of the key indicators of developing countries, particularly in terms of economic and social development, is actually the access to safe drinking water. Okay. Okay. So, like I said, okay. Yeah. I forgot. I thought I'm the host. Well, anyway, to continue, Sir Luspo. Okay.
Pwede ka download sa Zoom?
Okay, may I request? Okay, it's Dr. Pat.
Bantay ha.
Okay, Dr. Pat, mute. Okay, thank you. Okay, so, sir, like I said, this is very relevant in terms of describing the access to safe drinking water, as well as water economics, as well as water governance, particularly in local governments in Central Visayas. Just to share, sir, I'm part of the project of NEDA in Central Visayas to develop a roadmap on how to future-proof Central Visayas, hoping that if another pandemic will come in, God forbid, Central Visayas, including Bohol, Negros, Cebu, will really be ready. Like, for example, in fact, next week we'll be presenting, because the regional director asked us, so how much should I prepare for me to be ready for the pandemic for at least a year, and how much should be allocated for each of these local governments. And we identified, sir, key risk and vulnerabilities. And one of the risks we identified on the social aspect is, of course, access to safe drinking water. And we know for a fact, sir, that one of the barriers that we have, that why we are still considered as a developing state, is because we still have limited access to safe drinking water, particularly in municipalities. And now I know the reason by your presentation, because part of which is the strong traditional and the cultural affiliation that a lot of the residents are still not embracing the modern water system that may be introduced by the local government. So I believe, sir, that this paper would be really, really relevant, particularly in the aspect of governance. So you'll be presenting a cultural perspective, hoping to provide policy basis for come 2022 elections. This is one good thing about your paper, sir, because by 2022, the Mandanas ruling will be fully implemented. So the local governments will really increase the era by 30%. So imagine that there will be full devolution and an increased budget by 30% among local governments, including the WIS. And part of that, they included menu, how much should be dedicated for water development, for social services. So you need to push this to the policy developers of the WIS so that this will be the basis that they will really allocate budget for water development. So that is why, sir, I would like that the structure should be improved first in the rationale, sir. I would like you to impress, to conduct the importance and the need of the study. I know that you're very fixated on the historical and the cultural aspect, which is very, very good, but you have to correlate or connect it with the pandemic, that there's a high gap of water access in Asia, particularly in the Philippines, because limited water supply, limited washing practices, increased COVID-19 cases, increased disease. So you have to mention about water security, water development, water economics from the macro level going to the micro level to the waste. So that's for the introduction. If I am, for a fact that the policymakers, they really don't like to read a lot, but they want the data. So why would I focus on you? So why would this be very, very important? And I really appreciate, sir, how very colorful is your presentation in terms of the traditional and the attitudinal underpinnings, like you mentioned about the Marian devotion in relation to water and the tinago practice. But I would appreciate, sir, siguro basig na kay makita nga literatures cited, because you mentioned how important is the communal practice of water. In fact, the slang word now, the marites, are actually born in the water, in the public atabais. There's a mayor in Zamboanguita Negros, sir, who developed and cemented the atabay with public toilets, but later on destroyed the toilet because it's now the source of conflict, like the marites, the chismis comes there, then teenage pregnancy increases because they turn off the bulbs, because that's where they date. After 5 p.m. wala na may manglaba. So it's from 8 a.m. to 5 communal nga laundry area, but in the evening nahimo na sad siyang dating area. And I know, sir, there are a lot of literatures in the West, because we know for a fact na the communal water system is actually a universal practice. It started in ancient period, in Mesopotamia, in Egypt, that the common source of water is where the people commune. In fact, in Cebu City, Pasig, that's the early area of civilization, because that's the basic or the source of water at that time. So siguro kana, sir, sorry for the noise, the literature, the rationale, correlate it with the pandemic, then literature lang, sir. Now, I'm not asking you to change something with your narrative, but siguro kanang more theoretical underpinnings, to further describe. Then also, sir, methodology, please mention as well. I know that this is a case study, but I'm now thinking, I know this is the paradigm is very qualitative, but I'm not sure if this is still case study, or maybe this will lead towards phenomenological. You might want to play around that, sir, because you have meaningful inferences, and I know for a fact that you were able to talk to the community. Now, in terms of the findings, sir, I'm amazed na you were able to map 200 wells in the barangay. So siguro, sir, if you could present a matrix na for the policymakers nga out of the 12 barangays, how many are utilized for now? which one, what type of the what type, no, and then at the same time in terms of maintenance, because you have a beautiful presentation a while ago nga, part were maintained by the community, and then there are hongos, no, and then so you might want to do present a matrix on that. Kay if I am the policymaker or bisag the reader lang, I would know, it will give me a bird's eye picture nga, mao day ni, this is the preference of the people of the West nga, more ba on cultural or traditional, no, would they embrace the modern waterworks system, no? So and at least it could also give us a view on which ways, no, for improvement of the water system. So kana matrix lang siguro, kay sayang kay imong 200 wells nga wala nimo na I would like to find out which one was maintained by the LGU, which one was maintained by the community, no? And then you mentioned as well, sir, that people are not receptive of the modern local waterworks system introduced by the LGU, no? Which obviously, because majority magud are still traditional water well system. I'd like to find out why. Siguro, sir, you might want to include the actual narrative, no? Okay, you mentioned magud in the first structure, the traditional underpinnings nga the Marian devotion, the tinago, no, practice. So it might come out from the narrative, no, and some you mentioned in the write-up na there is fear na it might affect the economic practices if there will be modern waterworks that will be introduced. So just to amplify your narrative, sir. So siguro kanang in toto lang, bahalag in vernacular niya, imuha lang siya. So mo nang unsa kani ang paper ni sir, no, murag di naman siguro no case study. It's more on phenom.
Dili na
No?
gyud.
Oo, yeah,
Dili
which
na
is
gyud
very,
siya.
very beautiful, sir. And in terms of the conclusion and recommendation, so ang akong gitanong imong structure, sir, your presentation is from the traditional aspect, then the water well, in relation to the community life, then the management, no, nga murag mas daghan ang community management than LGU management, and the last is the coping of the which with the demands. So mubalik na sa ka, sir, you introduce it in relation to the pandemic, then what are the future imperatives and directives for COVID recovery or imperatives to governance nga ako newly elected mayor ko in 2022, I need to prioritize the access to safe drinking water in the way. So what can you demand? Because I remember in your introduction, your main objective is how to balance the supply and demand. Yeah, nawala siya sa imong historical and cultural perspective. And what are the social mechanisms? Yeah, beautiful kay na siya, sir, because you can definitely amplify the suggestion to the future mayor nga kanang there need to has a strong PPP, community partnership or public-private partnership, kay tinuod gyud na, sir, dilemma gyud na sa public governance nga kana bitang dili man gud mawala ang traditional practice. So kung ikaw si local government leader, you really have to integrate the modern development system, not compromising the cultural and the traditional aspect. And I know you have the answer. So you might want to suggest in your conclusion, sir, nga how to introduce modern waterway system without compromising the tinago, the Marian devotion, the beautiful hongo system. So you might want to suggest, no, siguro a mechanism for that will really help the local government, sir. And I believe that this paper really, sir, is really worthy gyud nga to be shared to the community, particularly to the local government. Then, muna, sir, ang last na ko, sir, is how do you waterproof Daois and Bohol? Anchored on all of these findings, sir, how do you know waterproof nga the fact that majority of the sources of water in the West are still traditionally managed and traditional practices? How can you waterproof nga if there will be another disaster like typhoon, pandemic, no, kanang would the West be ready? No, are they capable of protecting the water resource system, or does it need development to waterproof? So karon, sir, maghisgot naman tag future proof to prepare us for another pandemic, God forbid. But what about now, sir, in terms of disaster, how do you waterproof? So cultural perspective, historical perspective, then recommendation towards governance for water development. Kana, sir. So in short, sir, walay usbon but naalay ipuno nga to relate it, no, for policymakers and implementers. Okay. Sir? I hope it's clear. Sorry, sir, if I talk too fast. So I hope it's clear. Okay. Hello, sir.
By the way, and at the same at this yeah, everything has been clear na kuha na. I mean your suggestions and your observations, and of course I hope that this would all the suggestions could be taken down so that I could, you know, make use of these and avail of these suggestions if we could continue with this study, because when this study was conducted, this was years before the pandemic, and who would have thought, no, na
Let's see. Hello, sir. Murag na free Caesar.
Yeah, the freeze, yeah, doc.
Okay.
Because there's something wrong with our connection.
Okay.
Sorry,
It's
sorry
okay,
for that.
ma'am.
Yeah,
It's okay,
thank you.
Dr. Pat.
Yeah, thank you so much, doc.
Thank you, Dr. Pat.
Yeah, yeah, okay, thank you.
I would really like to find out how the people of Daois continued with their homos practice, no, with their organization, very tight organization during the time when they are not, no, permitted to gather.
Yeah.
So it's a
Na free si Dr. Lispo.
Sige, Doc Ardin, thank you so much. Maybe we can
Thank you,
proceed
Doc.
already. Thank you. So, Carla. Miss Carla.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Hardin. Now, before we proceed with the second presenter, a certificate of appreciation is presented to Dr. Russell A. Hardin as reactor of the research entitled Daoist Water Wells, a case study of self-governing common pool resource management during the research colloquium held on October 19, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 19th day of October in the year of the Lord 2021 at Tagbilaran City, Bohol. Signed, Father Ruel F. Lero, SVD, MAT, PhD, University President.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Carla.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you,
Another
holy
certificate.
name.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Certificate of presentation is presented to Mr. Marianito Jose M. Luspo as presenter of the research entitled Daoist Water Wells, a case study of self-governing common pool resource management during the research colloquium held on October 19, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 19th day of October in the year of the Lord 2021 at Tagbilaran City, Bohol. Signed, Father Ramilo V. Mapaye, SVD, Vice President for Academic Affairs. All right, so thank you so much, Sir Luspo and Dr. Hardin. Now, before we start with the second presenter, let me again remind everyone to please identify yourself by using the format institution _ your family name and then your first name. Please don't forget to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. As an attendee, you may or may not show yourself during the presentations. And again, please don't forget to fill out the attendance form by clicking on the attendance link posted in the chat box. Thank you so much. This time, we have Dr. Jose L. Pabalan III and Dr. Asuncion P. Pabalan to present their paper entitled School Culture and Effectiveness. A virtual clap for them.
Father Orencio Rodriguez, SVD, Vice President, Administration, Dr. Ami Rosary Cubeta Caballo, the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Roque A. Bongkat, the Dean of the College of Education, and Dr. Espiritu, the Director of Research Center of the University, all the deans, program heads of the different colleges, teachers, students, and of course, our invited reactors, especially Dr. Salustiano Jimenez of Region 7, Regional Director, DepEd, Region 7. Good morning, everyone. With me in this study is Mr. Jose Pabalan, my friend, my partner. And before I present further, I'd like to tell everyone that this research was being conducted before the pandemic. Father, bakit hindi siya sorry. Bakit hindi siya nag-forward? I'm sorry. Bakit hindi siya patawagin mo nga. I'm so sorry. Why is this not moving to the next slide? See, Ma'am Ami, please. Hindi siya nag-forward. Next slide ko. Ayan, thank you. So, as an introduction, schools today continue to face the challenge to educate all students to higher academic standards. In the Philippines, the EFA plan, or Education for All, is a holistic program of reforms to achieve and improve quality of basic education for every Filipino. Its goal is basic competencies for all that will bring about functional literacy, cognitive, affective, and behavioral, which enable learners to live and work as human persons, develop their potentials, make critical and informed decisions, and function effectively in society within the context of their environment and that of the wider community in order to improve the quality of their lives and that of the society. Not really moving back yet. The core business of school then is to ensure that the school environment for every student provides challenging, interesting, and satisfying work. School leaders are all more tasked and challenged in creating and sustaining a positive school culture, which is at the heart of increasing student achievement. Currently, the efforts to improve or reform schools have focused on promoting student achievement in terms of competencies and the 21st century skills development to prepare students for the modern workplace. The means by which the government and the academe are promoting this wave of reforms is centered on standard-based education, which focuses primarily on restructuring the educational organization. As according to Blankstein, assessing or reassessing the culture of school and the importance of continuing embedded professional development is today's school's challenge to become more effective in the delivery of a quality education. Having been in the academy for the past decades, the researchers were motivated to dig deeper on school culture as well as school effectiveness. It is challenging on the part of the administrators and teachers to know the culture of their own school because it will pave the way to adopting new and better ways to address the needs of the learners. It was hoped that this research may remind all stakeholders that positive culture is the primary tool with which a school leader fosters change and that a healthy school culture fosters continuous improvement in student achievement. So as this study dwells on school culture and school effectiveness, the researchers adopted the theories of Adams and also the school culture of Adams and the school effectiveness of Marzano. And in particular, the assessment of the school participants on school culture are on the following dimensions: school curricular element, curricular decision-making, and school-based leadership. As to effectiveness, 3 indices were used: students' performance in NAT, dropout and retention rates, as well as the institutional practices. So the problem, this research aimed to determine the school culture and its relation to school effectiveness of the selected junior high schools of the divisions of Bohol and Cebu City. Specifically, the study sought to answer the following questions. What is the perceived school culture of the well-performing and less-performing schools in terms of the following dimensions: curricular element, curricular decision-making, and school-based leadership? Second, what is the extent of school effectiveness of the well-performing and less-performing schools based on the following indices: institutional practices, student performance in NAT, and dropout and retention rates of, again, the said schools. Third is there a significant difference between the well-performing schools and less-performing schools' perception on school culture? Fourth, is there a significant difference between the obtained data on well-performing and less-performing groups' school effectiveness? And finally, based on the findings, what plan of action can be proposed to improve the culture and effectiveness of the school? So as to methods, the descriptive type of research design was employed in this investigation with the aid of standardized assessment tools. The said tools was borrowed from Adams. We call it the School Culture Index. And the other one, as to school effectiveness, the EPSEP, or the Index of Perceived School Effectiveness and Performance Instrument from Marzano, was also being used. Although there were modifications done so that the items will be more fitting and appropriate to the local setting. So the study was conducted in the province of Bohol and Cebu City, as I mentioned earlier. 2 groups of schools from both places were identified and chosen based on the records of national achievement test results for the past 3 school years, which were obtained through the offices of Bohol and City Division. The 2 groups of schools here are referred to the well-performing schools and the less performing schools. And in this study, or in the presentations like this, no schools being mentioned here, because as we also promised, having been approved to conduct this study, we have to keep confidentiality on the data. So respondents of the study were school administrators, all school administrators, that means the school principals, the teachers whose length of service is 3 years and above, and the students were grade 10 students, because we believe that they are more mature than the rest of the students in the high school department. And we also believe that since they have been in school for around 4 years, so they know very well of the ins and outs of the school or the culture of the school. So the findings, these are the respondents' perception on school culture in terms of the following components. The first component is on curricular element. There is a positive culture in both groups of schools as far as curricular elements are concerned. It appears that Regardless of school performance profile, whether performing or not, administrators, teachers, and students tend to have a generally favorable impression on their curriculum, specifically on the dimensions of developmental appropriateness, rigorous standard, and qualitative instructional methods. Second element, the curricular decision-making. The results revealed that collaborative rapport is high in both groups of schools, which could mean that generally students, teachers, and administrators foster good relations between and among each other. Curricular decision-making in terms of autonomy isn't an issue in these two schools or group of schools. The well-performing schools are more data-driven in making curricular decisions than the other group. On school-based leadership, both groups of respondents value professional development, with faculty and staff working to attain it, and at the same time see their heads as professional individuals. Moreover, both well and less performing schools have high regard on their principals. They see them as inspiring, skillful negotiators. Both groups of schools acknowledge that communication is indeed highly visible in the respective schools. Second, these are the indices used to determine the extent of respondents' school effectiveness. On institutional practices, recognition of academic achievement is evident in both well-performing and less performing schools. Both school groups acknowledge the lack of both quantity and quality of products and services produced in their respective schools, but only to a limited extent. As to student performance in NAT, well-performing schools have really commendable NAT results compared to those of the less performing schools. As to dropout and retention rates, both school groups have incurred similar dropout rates, although administrators, teachers, and students from both two groups of schools have observed the efforts and initiatives. Dropouts are imminent in both well-performing schools and less performing ones. On the other hand, well-performing schools have greater retention rates compared to the less performing schools. So the null hypothesis was accepted. Respondents from both groups of schools have perceived similarly on school culture. This implies that the administrators, teachers, and students from both two groups of schools have seen similar effort and valued commitment in the implementation of organizational life and leadership. So conclusion, both well-performing and less performing schools share about the same perception in their school culture, particularly pertaining to the various dimensions of the curricular element, curricular decision-making, and school-based leadership categories. These could be attributed to the fact that they all belong to the same structural system, and that is the public school system under the monitory of the Department of Education. Although there may not be much difference in their perceptions on their school effectiveness involving institutional practices, student performance in NAT, as well as dropout and retention rates, less performing schools can always learn from the well-performing schools, especially on areas where they significantly achieve better. Based on the summary and conclusions of this research, the following were recommended. One, as both school groups acknowledge the lack of both quantity and quality of products and services produced in the respective schools, such ought to be looked into and addressed by the school heads and administrators. Second, well-performing and less performing schools could do regular articulation so as to have avenues where they can exchange ideas and solutions to school-related problems. Moreover, less performing schools could benchmark with well-performing schools who have really commendable NAT results and who have higher retention rates compared to them, so as to gain wisdom from their more successful counterpart. And finally, future researchers could replicate this study using the same variables, school culture and effectiveness. But this time, the schools that will be involved shall come not only from public schools, but also private as well. And to end, I'd like to share with you the wisdom from Brad Kuntz. As teachers, we have the opportunity to foster positive changes to the everyday experience in our schools. Investing time in improving school culture is worth the effort. Thank you, everyone, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pabalan. And now to give his comments, observations, reactions, and suggestions, let me call Dr. Celestiano Torrenueva Jimenez, JD, CESO 5, Director 4, the Regional Director of the Department of Education, Region 7. Doctor?
Miss Carla, thank you very much. No, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Also, Dr. Patpat, actually, I'm here in Dumaguete right now. So side by side, I also have the meeting face to face and at the same time virtual. That's why I'm using my phone. Anyway, so again, maadjong buntag na tong tanan. Labi na po mga paisana na sa Bohol. No? So I really cannot say no to Dr. Patpat. That's why even if I do have a very hectic schedule, I joined this. No, at least I can also where I can help, especially my Kubolanos. Now, for Dr. Jose Pabalan and Dr. Asuncion Pabalan, so congratulations! It really is an impressive paper. By the way, I would like to ask if Dr. Jose and Dr. Asuncion are married couple?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So that I hope you have that relationship culture. No, that's an ideal relationship culture. So if you will sustain that, so you'll have an effective married life, no, together. So congratulations anyway. It really is an impressive paper. No, so I also love the study, especially on the the title "School Culture and Effectiveness." Though I just had scanned the paper and just listened to your presentation, and I'm impressed with that presentation. No, on school culture and effectiveness. Actually, these two are inseparable things. So we need to have a good, a positive culture, and before you can have an effective school, no, system. So the Department of Education is actually always gearing towards that direction. We always see to it that the school culture is that positive and always into that direction, realizing the goals and vision of the Department of Education. And it's good that you have this study, so at least it will be brought out, no, not only to I hope not only to Bohol, but this paper could also be shared to the rest, because again, it really is very relevant to the situations, especially right now that we have this pandemic. This school culture and effectiveness is also very important nowadays. Though just go direct to some of the points that I would like to have some possibly suggestions or recommendations, like for example, just listening to your presentation, you made mention that the study, especially on the National Achievement Test, you mentioned that the past 3 years, the past 3 school years, though I understand that I think 5 years ago was the last National Achievement Test. So 2016 or what? No, so just a suggestion that since the the basis, no, for your part of your study is way back 2015 down. So I would like to recommend or suggest that if you could have some other assessment, like for example, the possibly not just the national achievement test, but you could have a regional test or a division test of the division as part of your study, because the result of such, no, would be possibly different from now. And aside from that, the more that we are now in this pandemic, so there are other possible way of assessing the achievement of the learners or the students, especially in especially again now that we are facing this pandemic. Though still your study is very relevant to the situation right now, school culture. So maybe you can have a difference also. The school culture before, no, good that you mentioned that you have this study before the pandemic, but even though the study was done before the pandemic, but still it is also good that you have to add something that would possibly be feasible and timely now that we have this pandemic. Another thing is on the grade that you the grade where your
The grade level.
your questionnaire been given is grade 10.
Grade 10, sir.
It's only for
Yes,
grade
sir.
10. So though you mentioned some justifications, clarifications, but I would like to possibly ask if uh, why not we already have grade 11 and 12, wherein this group of individuals are even more mature than the grade 10, no, the senior high. The more on the grade 12, wherein this grade 12 are already, most of them are already of age, because they're already 18 years old. They already have that mindset that probably contribute to your study, no. So that's part. And another thing possibly is on sorry that I will go direct, no, because of the time constraint, but I have a meeting with the mayor also here in Dumaguete by 10 o'clock anyway. So aside from that, the schools as a subject of your study, you mentioned that there are only 4 schools per division.
Yes,
2
sir.
performing schools and 2 less performing schools in the division of Cebu City and Bohol. So I am in at the back of my mind thinking, is it enough to is it enough to conclude that the study is that uh, what is this of impact to the objectives of the study, because in region 7 there are more than 4,000 schools and we have 19 schools division offices. So it's just that, no, that 4 schools, 8 schools, only 8 schools for this study. Might be you can add some schools, no, for more, let's say, kanang murag mas bugat pag yun ba, the way of the result from the results, no.
Yes, sir.
Because in your study also I wasn't able to hear that you mentioned the number of respondents. So there is no respondents and per school as to especially on the school culture. If you were going to ask the principals, the the master teachers and the teachers themselves, there is no data as to the number. But I assume that since you have 4 schools per division, so there will be 8 principals only. So
Yes.
I think much better also, just a suggestion, if you could also ask or you could also ask principals prior to the present principal. You can also give a questionnaire to the previous principal, no, of the school as part of your study, not only the present principal, because I was also a principal then in a public school, and the school culture actually, though we could say that it's the school culture, but the culture that we will be possibly saying is the culture of the kind of principal assigned in a particular school. So I noticed when I also became a supervisor and a superintendent that for these years, the culture of the school is really, very very good. But after the replacement of another principal, the school culture is different. So maybe you can also some pick of your study, just a suggestion.
Yeah.
That you could possibly ask previous principals before the present principal, and the study also of the school culture of that particular the school as part of your study before and the present, present. I hope this is not too much, for the just as a suggestion to make your study is very good. Actually, it really is a very impressive paper. But maybe if those suggestions, if you will accept, then we'll make it possibly the best paper. So also in your literature, you mentioned several literatures, and I noticed that the dates of those literatures way back decades ago. So I think even the 2002, the latest was 2013, and I believe there are already other studies that been released, So maybe you can also add, I'm not suggesting or recommending to scrap those literatures, but possibly you can add the latest ones.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Because for me, though when we see culture, this been based on the meaning that you mentioned, it's been the perception or the what is this, the situation for a number of years already in that school. But again, so there is no standard. Actually, if it is a school culture, there is no standard for me. There is no standard school culture because it really changes every time. The administrator, the structures, even the teachers change. Sometimes we will say, oh, during my time when I was still in that school, the school is very known for this. But now, what happened to the school? So maybe there are feedbacks like that. So maybe you can also add your study on that, because I believe that school culture. Speaking of school, school culture also changes as time changes and school years also changes, and especially the people who man in the school also changes. So yes, because we cannot say also that the culture of this school is also the same across all the schools. So they have their own individual and unique culture. That's why even in dealing with the superintendents, I always emphasize that it shall be based on situation, location, no?
Exactly.
Situation, location based approach. So same with this. That's why I suggested that if we could have some more schools so that you can see, the real picture of the variety of school cultures in Central Visayas.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So I think those are some of the suggestions. And for the school effectiveness, I believe uh, school effectiveness also always linked with that school culture that you mentioned. So that's good that your title is school culture and effectiveness. So again, to you, ma'am, I believe it's already time, no? So thank you very much, Dr. Asuncion Pabala, no? Again, congratulations and good luck, and possibly to before I forgot, now we are in the pandemic. You mentioned that your study was before the pandemic. So maybe maybe you can have some
We do.
statement that there is a link between the time you study so that it still be in the present situation that we have, because we are talking about schools. And hopefully you can also inject something about the sulong edukalidad, because that is what we are emphasizing now. The sulong is edukalidad, the upscaling of teachers, the review of the curriculum, which is part possibly of the change in our school culture and the effectiveness. And yes, that's it. So I will no longer mention more kay basig samot na kadaghan, no? But anyway, again, congratulations and happy for your what is this, for your study. Really, it is really is a very impressive paper. So it will, I know it will remain there, feasible and still usable even beyond decades, no, after this. So
very
good
much,
luck and God bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director, for your suggestions. They are all well taken. God bless you.
God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salustiano. Now please accept the certificate of appreciation as the reactor of the research entitled School Culture and Effectiveness during the Research Colloquium held on October 19, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 19th day of October in the year of the Lord 2021 at Tagbilaran City, Bohol. Signed, Father Ruel F. Lero, SVD, MAT, PhD, University President.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Carla. Thank you, Dr. Patpat. God bless po.
Thank you again.
Sorry,
Thank you again, sir.
I will leave now. Thank you, thank you.
Certificate of presentation is presented to Dr. Asuncion Pabalan as presenter of the research entitled School Culture and Effectiveness during the Research Colloquium held on October 19, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 19th day of October in the year of the Lord 2021 at Tagbilaran City, Bohol. Signed, Father Ramilo V. Mapaye, SVD, Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, so let me remind everyone, especially those who just joined the meeting, to identify yourself using the format, your institution _ your family name and then your first name. And please do not forget to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. As an attendee, you may or may not show yourself during the presentations, and the attendance link is already available in the chat box. Thank you. Now, A paper entitled Designing Authentic Assessments Within Outcomes-Based Teaching and Learning, Critical Reflections in Practice will be presented by Dr. Enriqueta D. Reston and Professor Jermelita Arawiran. A virtual clap for them.
Good morning, everyone. Just to check, I hope you can see my screen and I can be heard. Oh, Madunggan? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This paper, was published together with my partner ko, no, my mentor actually, Dr. Enriqueta Riston, who is connected with the University of San Carlos. We were able to publish this paper in the Association of Southeast Asian Teacher Education Network, or ASTEN, last 2018 as part of their special issue on pedagogy. Some words from my mentor. She said, you have to share this, Jer, to the group when you are going to present this. She said that this publication that we had is actually is an example where teachers, may not seek for funds for research projects, because it is very possible that we can publish our articles from inquiry into our own teaching practice. So this is, in the research world, we call this the scholarship of teaching and learning, or in short, they will read this as SOTEL, or sounds like Yodel. Okay, so again, for all of us faculty members, it is very possible to publish articles even if these are not products of research projects where, we need a lot of funds. So our publication is an example of this, where we investigated into class practice. So scholarship of teaching and learning is actually about the relationship of teaching, learning, and how we practice it in our own rooms, and our ability to share it to the world. And of course, open for criticism so that it will be improved and become more effective. So let me start with this reminder for all of us. Midterm exam starts today, right? And so if it's midterm exam, you know what's next, and submissions of grades will follow. And together with the submission of grades, although we just don't think about it during the major exam, we think about it at the start of our courses. We always have this. Remember this, pero gamay lang siya. I'll just focus it later. That's one of the issues that we have, the problems, the difficulties, the development of performance tasks. So I will present to you, how we should, not how we should, one way of designing performance tasks. So performance tasks is a word, or is a group of words that we use in our university, but in our paper, we refer, or we specifically have focused on authentic assessments and how we design them. So just because this one is within the context of outcomes-based education, specifically OBTL, or outcomes-based teaching and learning, this study, or the case study, anchors on the outcomes of the course that's handled by the teacher who practiced the assessment that we are referring to here. Now, to guide the development of the performance, or the authentic assessment, we made use of the five-dimensional framework by Guliker, Bastianes, and Kirsener. 2004. So what's this 5-dimensional framework? This is similar, no? For those who are familiar with the GRASPS framework, this is another framework because there are so many frameworks out there. And one gap in literature that we have now is empirical evidence on how these theories, on how these frameworks are used in practice. So according to them, in developing authentic assessment, we have 5 aspects. So we have assessment task, physical context, social context, assessment results or form or the product itself, and assessment criteria. So let's look into them one by one because this is what the case study made use for the students in the class to be able to develop authentic assessment. By the way, I failed to mention that the students in this class are education majors. So they are trained to become teachers in the future. So one class that they have is Assessment of Learning 2, where they will be exposed to the development of alternative assessments like authentic assessments. So first aspect is the assessment task. So during the design of our authentic assessments, according to the authors, it would be best to focus on problem tasks, problems where students have to solve something, where they have to figure things out. And also, we just don't end with the problem. Students have to do activities which are to be carried out in professional practice. So these students in the case study will become teachers in the future, so they have to design authentic assessments. Then the next is physical context. When we design our authentic assessments, it's best to think of what the workplace would be. If we cannot mimic it, at least let us help our students imagine, which is actually a limitation of this case study because the students were not assigned to a group of learners. They are not yet practice teachers at this point. And then another thing to consider would be the resources. They should be available. It's not a challenge for students to look for resources. Or if they need to look for resources, the teachers and the schools should support them in looking for these resources. And lastly, as part of physical context is time element. If the project or the product is meant to be finished in a 1-year time span in the professional world, then we don't assign this to our students for a week or a month. Maybe we will shorten it, make it smaller in scope, just so that we will be able to make our students imagine how it is in the workplace. And then we have the social context. This is where we need to let our students feel that when they work, they also need to work collaboratively. Although this framework by Guliker and others is actually going against the usual idea that that tasks should always be teamwork, because they say that tasks in the professional world, yes, there are collaborative ones, but there are also those which just need an individual participation. So they said, as part of the social context, you can just choose individual or collaborative depending on the need of the task in the professional world. After the social context is, of course, the output, or they call it in their framework assessment results or form. So what should this be? What should come out after the students will go through the process? What will they come up with? So it should be a quality product or performance, such that this will help us teachers make valid inferences of the abilities, attitudes, competencies that they have developed during the time of the development of the authentic assessment. And the other is the presence of multiple indicators. There should be many things in our products that will give us evidence, okay, of the abilities of our students in our class. And the other challenge in terms of the product is to give our students an opportunity to share the results or the products to others. So we have this with our Technohub sa engineering and sa COEX, di ba? They share it to the public. Presentations like this, if students are to do research, they should also go through Colloquia. And then we have last aspect of the framework is the assessment criteria. How do we assess our students? So this one, the first there is common. Yeah, in almost all, in all authentic assessment literature. We as teachers should be explicit and transparent to our learners in terms of the criteria, standards that we are looking for in the products and performance that we are asking our students to create or do. And it should be criterion reference, standards. Dili siya norm reference. By norm reference, meaning, kung ikaw kinalamian sa klase, ikaw mo ay 95. No. Even if you have the best output, but your output does not reach the standard of the professional world, you will still not get a high rating. So the students in this class, in the case study, were asked to design also authentic assessments. And at the same time, it was the lesson that was given to them. Their products, I'll only be giving 2 examples. There were 5, so I'll just give 2 examples of what products they came up with. So the product here is a design of an authentic assessment, meaning they will give this to their students if they were teachers. So here, students create, so si teacher niya, so pre-service teacher, the teacher in the education major is going to give this to her future students such that they are going to create models of packaging design for boxes to a chocolate manufacturing company. Another example is by science major students. Their students are to develop disaster preparedness package for tectonic related disasters. Of course, there are specifics to these products. If you want, I invite you to search the web for Reston Arawiran, and our publication will come out. There are many aspects, there are many parts there that I also did not include in my presentation to give focus to something that is very useful to us. Another set of results would be the reflection. Remember, our paper is about reflections also. So the next slides is also about the reflections of students regarding the experience that they had. And it's good to know that they have this. So some of them realize that the learning of their students is the top priority more than anything else. And that the quality must prevail over quantity of assessments. This teaching of designing authentic assessments in this case study took 6 weeks. And there is a need, to have concrete ideas in the design of authentic assessments. In this case, they were able to meet the content and performance standards of the curriculum being K-12. Here is a result or the data of how they were graded. So on the first column, you have there the assessment result forms, the 4th aspect. The second column is the criteria, which is the last aspect. And the 3rd and 4th columns are the weights and the corresponding points. Well, you have at the bottom is a table of how their grades are computed. Again, if you want to look at the details, you can search our name, Reston and Arawiran, in Google or any search engine, and our article will pop out. So, based on this case study, we were able to find out that it is possible to reflect and examine our teaching practices. Of course, guided by some frameworks, which we can also share with our students and which we can also do with ourselves. So as we practice, We also do reflections so that we will become better in the next implementation of our designs, which led us to concluding that authentic assessment is indeed necessary for the alignment of teaching, learning, and assessment in the context of outcomes-based education. With these findings and conclusion, we recommend, okay, so what now? We recommend that in the practice of our teaching, when we design how to deliver our lessons and design our tasks, let's try to look for organizing frameworks. Here we are using Gulliker's 5-dimensional framework. In our OBE sharing, I made use of GRASS by Wiggins and McTighe, and there are other frameworks out there that we can use, even with reflections. And it's also recommended that we reflect critically on our own teaching practice. It's not enough that after one sem we say, okay, I'm done, and that's it. It's really good to reflect on what we did good, what we did bad, and what are the things that we can improve in the next delivery of our designs. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Jer. Now let me call the Graduate Studies Program Chair of the College of Teacher Education, Cebu Normal University, Dr. Remedios C. Bacchus.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Hi, ma'am. Good
Your
morning.
thumbs up. If your morning is good, everyone hit the thumbs up button in your Zoom interface there. Thumbs up, everyone. If you think that you're learning a lot from today's session, you can click that heart shape for us to know and for the organizers to know. Of course, I'm seeing the hearts and the thumbs up. Thank you so much, Holy Name University, for the invitation to be one of the reactors. And of course, my salutation, my greetings to our admin officials. We have with us earlier, Father Rene Rodriguez. We have with us our college deans. And of course, one who invited me, Ma'am and Dr. the Research Center Director, Dr. Pat Espiritu. Hello, Ma'am Pat. And to everyone who are research enthusiasts in this Zoom meeting, maayong udto. Hapit ng udto. Maayong udto na tong tanan. When Ma'am Jer, I am happy to meet Ma'am Jer finally, because someone is connecting us, and this someone is Dr. Reston. It is with great honor and privilege, I should say, great honor and privilege that I am here with you this morning in your research colloquium to share my observations and comments to a paper written by one of my highly esteemed mentors. So makarelate din si Ma'am Jer Ani, who has been a source of inspiration, not just to me, but of course to many like Ma'am Jer and to everyone else who have become her students. This is me sharing what I learned from her and from the experiences that I have had as a teacher practitioner, as a classroom teacher for more than 20 years. O, ayun na lang mo paghihap sa akong edad, basta kay mo to akong teaching experience. And of course, as a researcher. If Dr. Reston were here, I would surely say, I can thank you enough, Dr. Reston. I'll give my observations in 3 parts. Kaya nga biya si Ma'am Jer, nag-organizing framework. So ako na siyang i-apply, Ma'am Jer, organizing framework. So I'll share my observations in 3 parts. Part 1 is I'll be giving the many strengths I have observed, because last night I spent reading the entire paper niya. Happy ko i-publish naman siya. And of course, the second part would be the very few suggestions as an offshoot of my observations. And the third part is the general comment on the merit of the paper, which I think everyone here can benefit from. I really commend the efforts and expertise of Dr. Reston and Ma'am Arawiran for completing the study. It's never easy task to complete one full paper and have it published. For those who have already their publications, I bet you could relate to that. So my story resonates with you. On the strengths of the paper, the title, designing authentic assessment within outcomes-based teaching and learning, critical reflections on practice, accurately reflects the actual research issue addressed in the study. It's very important that if you put a title, it speaks of the study. And when I read the abstract, although it was not presented earlier, but I like how Ma'am Jer presented the paper in a very unique, and that's a traditional, you begin with the title, the introduction, up until recommendations. The abstract contains the concise description of the study, which includes practical implications and originality. So I know you'll be Googling the paper and you'll see what I am talking about. The opening statement earlier by Ma'am Jer was very impactful, presenting to us the theoretical underpinnings upon which the study is anchored on. In other words, if you have listened to the presentation earlier, the introduction sets out the argument establishing the originality of the research aims by demonstrating the need for the investigation. So kanang researcher, because we're challenged, we have to present the gap and how do we intend to address the gap such that your study becomes significant. The background of the study is well discussed and research purpose is well defined, and the two research questions are clearly stated. The first question was on the designing of the authentic assessments, and the second question is on the critical reflections coming from the pre-service teachers. And if you will be reading the literature review, I bet you'll agree with me that those things are very relevant. The authors, Dr. Riston and Ma'am Jer Arawiran, were able to synthesize the gap of knowledge that is on the dearth of researches that deal with a connection between providing authentic assessment tasks and student outcomes. So it's easy to tell one from the other, but it's quite difficult to trace the relationship between assessment tasks and student outcomes. So that's the focus of the paper. And they zeroed in on the limited documentation in terms of how authentic assessment is designed and implemented in the local context. And that makes a study unique. On the methodology, the method used was appropriate. I love how they introduced it by presenting the interpretivist paradigm along with a case study design. And these things were justified. So moment sa methodology, when we present a design and an approach, we have to justify why it is the most appropriate design in the study. So the case study design that they had is a strategy of inquiry to explore the reality of, katong gimension ni Ma'am Jer, teaching, learning, assessment phenomenon. Think of the three big terms as a phenomenon, and the dynamics of implementing authentic assessments as experienced by the pre-service teachers. And with that, the results obtained and its interpretation are in agreement with the research objectives. Kumbaga, tuhog kaayo, wala mo simang. And the findings that were discussed were appropriate. They were substantiated with theories and references. In terms of novelty of the study, the research makes a significant contribution in the field of education as it provides curriculum designers with principled understanding of how should they regard and how we as teachers regard the use of authentic assessments to actualize outcome-based teaching and learning, be it in the classroom level, in the program level, or school level. With this, the limited documentation of practice, particularly, I repeat, in the local context, is addressed. I also like the part when the researchers factored in the limitations of the study in the conclusion, because they say we could not generalize in a qualitative study, we could not generalize beyond the sample, and they have placed the limitations of the study along in that particular section. And they discuss also suggestions for future studies. And when we look at the references, it's very complete and extensive, and it includes the current references. It's at that time, kay 2018 man siya na-publish, a very recent mga na-appeal sa mga references list. and use the APA referencing format throughout the list. There was proper in-text citation as evident in the places where these authors have to make knowledge claims. However, there are just 2 items in the reference list. If you look at the APA 7, kay recent naman po na siya, but I understand this was in 2018. So na dito ang 2 ka entries nga they may still use of mga retrieval dates. So those are the beautiful things I've seen in the paper and in the presentation. And for my very few suggestions, I noticed across the manuscript, there were uses of, they used words like students to refer to the pre-service teachers, teacher education students to refer to the pre-service teachers, and the words prospective teachers. So 4 terminologies, but I know all 4 would mean pre-service teachers. So kana lang siya, Ma'am Jer, no, to be consistent with the terminologies. Pre-service teachers across different sections of the paper. And in the literature review, which is I love to read, and I encourage everyone to read that paper because we're drawn to the paper. There was a very important sub-problem on critical reflections. And as a reader, I would love to read more of critical reflections in the literature part. Embedded man siya sa introduction ang katuatong literature review. Maybe you can also add a concise discussion of the critical reflection model, maybe 1 or 2 sentences, just for me as a reader. If I don't have any idea kung saan man ang critical reflection model, then it is found in the succeeding sentences. My point is, we have richly and adequately discussed authentic assessments along design features, and roles. And we also have to indicate, to strike a balance, add also that of critical reflections or reflective teaching to that. I understand when we publish papers, we have to be grounded with the requirement of the journal and the number of words, di ba, Ma'am Jer? So dito makapatuyan sa itong gibati. No? So katong gipang-share ni Ma'am Jer kaganina, there were beautiful stories, but those were not captured in the paper because of the required length of the paper. So manalisod sa siya mag-publish, kay imong pilion ang mga salient information, what to keep, what to set aside. So if allowed in a journal, then we could strengthen discussion on arguments on the teacher's regard and practices in employing authentic assessments. So, if allowed lang siya, but wala gina siya, limited man atong word count, so dihar sa siyang dapita. Highlight of my suggestion, maybe a comment as well, is the methodology. Because for every research, if we want to replicate a study, if we want to do it with our future self, we have to go to the methodology section. Kung baga sa movie, mao na siya ang script, na kung ato ganing i-remake ang movie, after 50 years, we can come up with the same beautiful movie as it was 50 years ago. So in the methodology, as reflected on a particular page, the researchers use thematic analysis in analyzing students' work samples and reflection papers. Now, if I may ask, but Ma'am Jer will not answer, rhetorical question lang. Whose model of thematic analysis are we using in the paper? There's so many models of thematic analysis, very familiar, mga Criswell, Braun and Clark, Georgie, Van Manen, Saldania. So wala lang siya nabutang sa paper kung kinsa nga model or framework of thematic analysis. Okay. And of course, because na may thematic analysis ang ending, we have themes that are generated at the end. If pwede ba nga kaning mga themes will be part of the abstract in the study. Okay. Kaning magong themes, mo ni siyang answer sa atong problem 2 on critical reflections. So, ipang-enumerate dito sa abstract ang mga generated themes. Going back to replicability of the study, probably 1 or 2 sentences will do on describing the qualitative analysis procedure. Because if I were to imagine, di unsa kapag come up ang pag-organize ang mga data sources nga lesson plan, rubric, students' outputs, di unsa kanin nila. If it's like a dish, di unsa kani pagluto. Nga na may finished product. So I would love to read the how of the cooking. So how is it analyzed, the qualitative part? And Yeah, that kana siya nga part. So by having a very detailed methodology, excuse lang sa ang number of word count, and with how data analysis, the qualitative data are analyzed and how it's being done systematically, this will address the issues relative to the study's trustworthiness. Mao ni ang naka-beautiful po, regardless if it's quantity or quality, we make sure that the study's findings are trustworthy. Kung maingon ba ang mubasa, sure ka, mo gid ni? Is it not the other way around? So researchers are challenged to establish the trustworthiness of the study. So we make sure the findings are credible, the findings are dependable. Katong lima na maguro na sila ron, Ma'am Jer, no? Kanang trustworthiness nga criteria. Confirmability, transferability, dependability, credibility, and the latest bagong adapted, pinakabunso, ang authenticity. But where will we see all this? In the methodology. Like if you remember, this is why the theme is such, because it went through this particular procedure. And the sources of data are appropriate for the problem posed in the study. And with that, all of us here, not just Ma'am Jer and the team of the research department, will be remembering that in any academic research, we have to be guided by the 3 R's. I'm saying this to you and to myself also because currently we're doing a number of researches. Kanang 3 R's in an academic research. 1 is replicable. If maguba ang laptop, ma-zero ang file, can you replicate the study? Ang nabilin ang methodology na lang. Is it repeatable and is it robust? So I'm sure that the pair, the grand duo, I'm pretty sure they have ensured the trustworthiness of the study from the sources of the data to the data analysis and interpretation. And up to my third part on the general impression of the study, on the merit of the paper, overall, the paper is well written. If I were the reviewer of the paper, mingon din ko dito, accept in its current format. Di ba? Wala na gidaghang buhaton. Mga ginagmay na lang gid siya nga mga few things to improve. I must say that the scientific merit of a research study is high, and this means that the research presented to us this morning by Ma'am Jer has contributed valuable, meaningful, and valid information to teacher education. The results and discussion section and how she presented the 5D, the framework, tells a coherent story from the designing and implementing of authentic assessments, of course guided by the principles of constructive alignment, to the drawing out of reflections from the conclusion presented is consistent with the evidence and arguments presented, and the main question, manang pangutana, natubag ba nato ang main question? The main question to examine and critically reflect on teaching practice and student outcomes in the design and implementation of authentic assessment within OBTL in the context of pre-service teacher education assessment course is addressed. As a reader of the paper, as a listener to the presentation, I am drawn into the study. And I hope that all teachers here and your teacher friends may continue to be the guide on the side and not the sage on the stage, to model quality assessments to our would-be teachers. So with that note, maayong udto natong tanan, and congratulations, Dr. Riston and Ma'am Ariwaran.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Remedios. Now, please accept the certificate of appreciation. As reactor of the research entitled Designing Authentic Assessments Within Outcomes-Based Teaching and Learning, Critical Reflections in Practice during the Research Colloquium held on October 19, 2021 via Zoom, given this 19th day of October in the year of the Lord 2021 at Tagbilaran City, Bohol. Signed, Father Ruel F. Lero, SVD, MAT, PhD, University President.
Wow, with
The
a very
certificate-
happy heart, I accept the certificate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The certificate of presentation is presented to Professor Jeremy Lita Arawiran as presenter of the research entitled Designing Authentic Assessments Within Outcomes-Based Teaching and Learning, Critical Reflections and Practice during the Research Colloquium held on October 19, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 19th day of October in the year of the Lord 2021 at Tagbilaran City, Bohol. Signed, Father Ramilo V. Mapaye, SVD, Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holy Name. Nice
Thank
to
you,
meet
ma'am.
you, Ma'am Jare.
Hi, ma'am.
Now we are down to the last presenter for today's colloquium. Let's have Dr. Michelle S. Rilita for her paper entitled In a State of Minnow Within the Portals of the Encanto Sky World, the Boholano Experience. Doctor?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Camille. Father Orange Rodriguez, SVD, our Vice President for Administration, and I believe he's the only SVD father present this time. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Dr. Roque Bonca, our Dean of the College of Education. Dr. Maria Paz Espiritu, the Director of our Center for Research and Publications. And I don't have to cite all the others, but next would be my highly esteemed reactor, whose identity will be revealed later. Friends from the other institutions, beloved colleagues, majong buntag kanatong tanan. So, very briefly, I am Dr. Michelle Solis Raditza, and prior to my work here in Holy Name University, I was at Holy Spirit School, which is actually a sister school. And since I was a child, I've always been fascinated and interested in local folklore. So my grandmother, who hails from Antiquera, migrated to Cebu, and it was there where I was born and raised. But when it was time for me to find my own way, for the very first time of my postgraduate after college, right away I came to Bohol. So among all the grandchildren of that Lola of ours, who is a Boholana, I'm the only one who came back to this province. And eventually through the years, I found out that sadly, you have so many oral traditions which are not really documented. So I know I'm just one, but I have this big dream that hopefully more and more Boholanos will come to put into writing all these traditions, all these sugilanon, and part of which is our mythology. Hence, I chose this topic, which I do intend to extend more. So this is just the beginning, and it is my pleasure this morning to share this with you. So I'll do the screen share.
Michelle, excuse me. Can you please, you're feedbacking, there's an echo. So
Okay,
can
okay.
you turn off your cell phone or you place it farther from your location, your second gadget?
Because I'm using two laptops.
Yeah.
Okay, for a moment.
Put it farther, ma'am.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that's
Yes, ma'am. Much better. And then F5, ma'am.
Okay, I have to go to the next slide. So the title of my research work, by the way, I was able to pursue this study with a research grant provided to me by our Center for Research and Publications. So the title is In a State of Mino Within the Portals of the Encanto Sky World.
Ma'am, please slideshow palihog. F5, ma'am, please. Press F5.
Sa imong tab, Ma'am Michelle. Ma'am Michelle, sa tab.
Sorry for the delay.
Okay. Wow, colorful.
So anywhere in Bohol, old folks usually have their own tales about the encantos and the experience of being in a state of mino when given the rare chance of entering the portals of their realm. So most probably we have heard, especially our old folks, when they would say, "Mura man ko gimino." So it's quite interesting, especially for our young generation, if they do have the same understanding as to what mino really is. Those who claim to have experienced mino contend that it is a state of being lost as a result of enchantment. Accordingly, those who would be able to get inside the portal should also be able to get out before these portals close, lest they will be trapped in there forever and would have to wait for the next schedule before they can come out. In most conceptualizations of Philippine ethno-linguistic groups, for a moment, of the world is divided into 3 layers. There, the lower layer is the underworld, and it serves as the space of lower spirits. Now, they are not called lower spirits because they are lower in rank, but simply because they dwell in the earth's lower layer. The middle layer is where we human beings dwell, and the third layer is otherwise known as the sky world, the space of higher beings such as the encantos. So we have here a simple illustration. The universe was believed to be divided into 3 regions. So my source for this is a document from Central Panay, Western Visayas, where these are the terms being used. So for the upper world, they call it Ibabawunon, the middle world as Pagtungan, and the underworld, Idadalmunon. This research is intended to document testimonies of those who actually experience being in a state of mino and have become eyewitnesses of these supernatural beings we call encantos. Most of the stories about such encounters have circulated by word of mouth and have not been documented. There are those that have found their way in archives and articles published in local publications or cited by bloggers who are particularly interested in the topic. But they are only a few and mostly focus on isolated cases or individual experiences, not a compendium of similar accounts. Discussions on such accounts could spark interest in local folklore, as well as other related areas, which should not receive as much attention as other fields of study. This study is anchored on Francisco Demetrio's in-depth discussion in this article, The Encanto Belief, an Essay in Interpretation in Asian Folklore Studies, way back 1969. So you might be wondering, why is this somewhat ancient? As far as I know, and as much as I could try to look for other materials, this is the only one which is quite in-depth. So the others are just mostly 2 to 3 pages, but his is actually a booklet already. And he was really able to go deep into the connection between the theoretical aspects presented, although I don't have the time to discuss each with you, but I'll just mention them. So this is a journal actually published by Nansang University, and Dr. or Father Demetrio noted that this belief seems to have perdured for at least 4 centuries. So we have Povedano of the 16th century, we have Alzaina in the 17th, and Pavan in the 19th. They allude to the belief in encantos. Moreover, Demetrio contends that the phenomenon of encanto belief from the viewpoint of cultural anthropology may be studied on at least 3 different levels. First, sociologically. Second, psychologically, with reference to Jung's symbol of individualization to explain the reputed vision or visits of encantos. Or third, phenomenologically, after the manner of students of comparative religion of the school of Gerardus van der Loo, Breed Christensen, and Mirsha Eliade. This study sought to document at least 5 stories of actual Encanto encounters that took place in any particular place or town in the province of Bohol. The said accounts come from 5 interviewees, and there is no specific timeline specified as to the date of the incidents or experience not documented. Specifically, it is the purpose of this study to collect and document 5 stories of actual Encanto encounters narrated by local interviewees, translate the said Encanto stories from the native dialect to English so as to be able to reach a wider audience, identify common themes or motives in the collected stories, and provide simple analysis on the said common themes or motives. This study is qualitative in its approach and descriptive in design. Primarily, it makes use of gathering of relevant written materials from archives and publications, as well as of an interview schedule. The researcher interviewed 5 individuals who have had encounters with Encantos, especially those who have experienced being in the state of Mino. The said interviews were voice recorded, aside from being written down as documents. Propositive sampling was used in identifying the respondents. The first theme or motive, as suggested by Demetrio, and which I also followed, is the theme of mystery. Encantos are considered supernatural or out of this world entities, believed to be some spirits who take the human form. They possess various mysterious characteristics, which no one up to this time can fully explain. For one, I could still remember my grandmother who described the Encantos as having no fulcrum, that part between the upper lip and the nose. So they don't have that one, the fulcrum. For instance, they have the ability to show themselves only to their selected human. They remain invisible to others. Then there are stories which also describe them as having the power to cause an ailment given as a punishment or make somebody rich and powerful gifted as a reward. So these are also narrated with some of the interviewees that I have had. So if only you'll have the chance to read their accounts, so this will be part of that. It is also believed that their dwelling places to the naked eye are mere boulders, large rocks or holes in the ground, mounds on the earth, or trees like old mango trees, such as the case of 2 of my interviewees. So they identified the huge old mango trees at the back of their school, believed to be inhabited by these spirits. But to their human friends who are empowered to see them, these are magnificent palaces, arid mansions, that's not arid, and mansions. Their food is of the very best quality, but contains no salt, so they are bland. More stories tell about many things that highlight their being mysterious as entities. The second theme or motive is theme of dreadfulness. People have many restrictions with regard to their dealings with these beings, primarily because they are unseen and that they interfere with people's everyday affairs. One needs to watch out on one's every action so that no one will be hurt. And I do believe for some of us, we still practice saying tabi, tabi when we are already walking towards home and then it's getting dark, or we would go through places which are not often, that's not the usual way of the passersby, so say tabi, tabi. So this is it. So when passing by an unfamiliar or a remote area or throw away something, so when we would throw something outside of the home, like you're eating something and then imurang ilabay ang panig to say tabi, so lest it might bump or hit or step on one of them. Encantos are sometimes associated with the dead ancestors and are therefore objects of dread. They are better left undisturbed, as elders used to say. There were many stories of human beings who were taken by the Encantos, or the so-called abductions. They disappear for many days. Others suffer from delirium and fits of madness. Some were also reported to have emerged somewhere unexpected and then are found to be covered with slime, which was also narrated by one of my interviewees. So that slime resembles the mucus. So that's why they become slippery. Many folks, both young and old, especially in rural areas, dread them because of the perceived threat of being abducted, harmed, or even raped by the encantos. There are stories of women having been raped and impregnated by capricious encantos, which often resulted to unusual offsprings. Albinos who have a difficulty of seeing things at daytime. Although scientifically, we know why there are albinos. This reminds me of the teleserye in, I'll mention the station anyway, GMA, wherein there was this encanto who fell in love with a human and he impregnated her, resulting to the twin sisters. So I'm not sure if some of you have watched that. Moreover, there is also the possibility for persons who are invited to enter their abode to be trapped inside and never to go back to his or her own home, especially when one is lured to eat their attractive looking but bland food. So something that is common among all those who claim to have been brought to their mansion or palace is this banquet table, which is really full of food, and then they would offer, to this visitor, but it's always a reminder that if such would occur to you, you have to say no, and then you'll understand why. And the third motive or theme is the motive of fascination. The encantos to the Filipinos are fascinating beings. Whoever sees them reports of their that exemplifies the ideal mestiza look. And they are always garbed in sophisticated clothing, usually in suit for the males and fancy long gowns for the females. This is also something consistent with the 5 interviewees that I have been having these sessions, that I try my best to get as many adjectives or descriptions that I could, and they would always say that they are dressed like people from centuries ago. So the women wearing long skirts, the men wearing formal suits. So that is something consistent with the stories. Their world can only be seen and visited by those they have chosen. They live in huge mansions and palaces. They even have their own cars, which was also mentioned by one of my interviewees. But she was the only one who saw the car. What adds to the fascination is their supernatural powers, such as endowing a person with extraordinary strength. Based on all 5 stories narrated, Demetrius' 3 themes of motives of the Encanto belief are present. So all 3, the theme of mystery, the theme of dreadfulness or trepidation, and the motive of fascination or enthrallment. So first, going back to the theme of mystery. All 5 stories indicate the unique attributes of the Encantos as experienced by the subjects in this study. They were described as human-like beings with a certain presence that evoke a sense of mystery, especially why only they're the only ones who could see them, the Encantos. So one of my interviewees first saw them when she was still a reader, when she was still in grade school, and she would often see them outside their living room, so just near the door. And then when she would point to them, the others who were with her in the house would not see them. So there is that inner bewilderment as to who they are and why one can't refuse to accompany them when asked to. This was also consistent with the interviewees who said that even if deep inside there was that fear, because of course, why would she or he go with the strangers? Because usually they would be a couple. Sometimes it's only one, and then you couldn't resist the invitation. There is always that a sense of surrender that the moment they would invite you, you would really go with them. So as mentioned by Demetrio, they, or the Encantos, have the ability to show themselves only to their selected human. They remain invisible to others. That's what I mentioned earlier. So these 5 subjects have been the chosen ones who had the opportunity to see the Encantos, while the unchosen ones could not. The Encantos dwell in places with the naked eye. So this was also mentioned earlier. But to their human friends, in this case, 2 of the 5 subjects of the study were made to see them as a magnificent palace or mansion. The other 3 who were unable to actually see such a vision were just able to experience something extraordinary with the encounter. They really were actually able to see them as well. To the next, the theme of dreadfulness. The 5 subjects in this study are all admitted that they did grow up in a family and a local community where the existence of supernatural beings, such as the Encantos, are acknowledged. To mention one of our towns, San Miguel, there are still local folks who believe in the existence of these entities. I do believe not just there, but even here in Tagbilaran, so anywhere else in the province. And they do have many restrictions with regard to their dealings with these beings, primarily because they are unseen and that they interfere with people's everyday affairs. They had to, by all means, avoid disturbing and disrespecting these beings to avoid their wrath and punishment. So I do believe some of you could relate that some parents would use this as a scare tactic to discipline their children, especially those kind of mga laagan. So they would say, you have to come home before it gets dark or else. So sometimes they would use this encantos to scare them. So one of the scare tactics so that they will really come home before it gets dark. So lest they'll be abducted. And then as experienced by the 2 subjects of this study were brought to the dwelling place of the encantos who brought them there was a dread of being trapped there for good. Hence, they refused to eat the food that had been offered to them with the prior knowledge that doing so would mean they won't be able to go back home again. And I could still vividly remember when I was still a toddler and my cousins, my younger brother and I would gather around our Lola, our local version of Lola Basyang. So she would tell us mga sugilan noon, and sometimes we would request her to narrate again some of the encounter stories that she had with her. And she would claim that these were true accounts of some of the people she knew way back then when she was still in Bohol. So she also told us that the moment simbakulang you'll be brought to the world of the encantos, never taste the food that they would offer you. So I really remember that very clearly. So they have the prior knowledge as well. So then there's also the fear of being harmed, and in the case of one of the subjects, of the taking of lives of students or teachers as a punishment for an offense committed against encantos. Because in one of the schools, I'll not mention the town, but anyways, in my account, they have this old mango tree behind, and then there was one time it bore really a lot of fruits, and the pupils were reminded to just take the fruits as respectfully as they can. But one of the boys threw stones instead. So sa iyang pagbato, he did not, of course, it was beyond his consciousness that he actually hit the eye one of the children of the encantos, who was actually the dominant female of the group. So I'll just cut it short. The one who was able to have this close encounter with the encanto was made to understand that that's the reason why, and this is really factual, there would be a pupil that would die in a particular year, and then the interval is so strangely consistent that they began to realize something was wrong, and so they asked for a local mananambal to do something about it. And they made mention of this particular oracion, through something like that. Anyways, in my document. So the moment they did that, no pupil died afterwards. But of course, as new teachers came, and that particular story was not handed over, perhaps. So they stopped the practice. And then again, the incident of having a death, So there was even a mention of sometimes a teacher would die, not just the pupil. So to put a stop to that, they had to perform again the ritual. And so when the retired teachers who knew about it advised the ones to replace them that you have to do this otherwise. And so when they did it anyway, no one died after that one. So
Excuse
maybe
me,
they're still
ma'am.
doing the practice. The motive of fascination. The encantos as described by the four subjects in the study.
Excuse me,
The
Dr.
abducted child simply
Rolita.
saw her as an ordinary human, later found out to be a doppelganger of an old neighbor who was long transferred residence. So I think everybody
Your
knows
time, Shell.
there is
Your time is up.
somebody who would
Dr. Rolita.
replicate your
Excuse me, ma'am. I
physical
think your 20
appearance, but actually that
minutes.
was not you. So this boy, let's call her Nang Laring, went with Nang Laring, of course, because he trusts her being an old neighbor, without knowing that that Nang Laring has long been gone. So that was not the real Nang Laring. So
Your
he
time
was
is
brought
up,
to that
Dr.
place.
Lilita. Your
So
time
it
is
was
up.
a good thing that he was brought back, because otherwise, that would be another tragedy. So what happened was they have been looking for him for hours.
Excuse
because
me, Dr.
that
Rolita.
early afternoon, the mother, together with other mothers, brought their children, and then while the kids played outside the chapel, they were cleaning in preparation for the Holy Mass the next day.
Stanyo, please tell her that
When
the
they were
time
done,
is
he could
up.
not, the mother could not find the son. So
Dr.
when,
Rolita, I think your 20
Stop
minutes
na,
is
ma'am.
up.
Ako na lang siyang
Lolita?
gimute. Sorry, ako siyang gimute.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Rolita. Now, let me call Mr. Lutgardo Labad, head of the art section, Back Council, Province of Bohol, to give his reaction. Sir?
Okay, but the screen is still with her.
Yes. Kita na ay contact number ni Ma'am Elieta. So we can call her.
Nanawag ko, ma'am. Huwag siya matubag.
Huwag siya kadungog po.
I think.
Maybe I can request the host, Emilio Lot, if you can stop share. I think you have the, do you have the access to stop sharing the host? Lot?
I think.
You stop share ko na pa din. Kasi dinigbalik ni Ma'am Michelle, wala taliha.
Kaya, kawawa naman.
Encanto na lang.
Encanto na lang tira.
Hi, Sir Gardy.
Hello, ma'am. I'm calling her. Hello, Shell. Kasi nga, sinasabihan ka ng time's up, kanina pa. Tapos, it was about 10 minutes na. So, ngayon, you're over na. Yeah. Okay, ganito. You stop your share so that we can continue. We cannot continue unless you stop your share. And I don't want to do this without you there. Okay? Sige. Okay. Tatawagan ko na.
Wow.
Thank you, Sir Gardy.
Yes, sir. Good morning po.
Thank you, Sir Gardy.
Okay,
Welcome.
Salamat. I hope she stop shares.
Namino na si Michelle.
Ang pronunciation ba, sir, Mino or Mino? What is the pronunciation?
Mino.
Mino.
Mino, sir.
My sincere apologies. I really didn't know that I'm not on anymore.
So
in which part did I stop?
Third element.
Sir Gardy, saan po ako huminto?
No, ma'am. No need na,
I could
ma'am.
not hear you po. I'm sorry.
Ma'am
Wait
Michelle,
for a moment.
Ma'am Michelle, no need to continue because you have consumed the allotted 20 minutes, ma'am. Ma'am Michelle, basigihang.
Ayan po, sir.
No, Ma'am Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Yeah. No need to continue because you have consumed the allotted 20 minutes. We've been ringing the bell, we've been calling you. So now we have to stop you. We're sorry. We have to proceed with the reaction of Sir Gardy. That's fine. Miss Michelle. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay. Sadly.
Don't feel bad because I think you've already presented the main concepts of the study. Okay? Klaro naman, Michelle. Don't worry. Should I start now?
Yes, you may, sir.
Okay. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Nabigla ako, ito si Madam Patpat. Biglang nag-text sa akin mga 2 weeks ago. Sarado ng ginagawa namin. Kasama si Michelle yan sa mga ginagawa namin. At but I cannot say no. Why? Not because it is just HNU, to whom I owe a lot to, but because this subject is so beautiful, is a beautiful subject and it's so close to my heart. Okay? And I am so inspired na suddenly Boholano research process is undergoing this kind of path, no, to understand our culture. Okay, so I have something I prepared in very fast just to help me synthesize my thoughts, and then if there's time I can go through some of the parts of the documents, no. But I'd like to challenge everybody after after this. Okay, sandali. I can share, no? My cursor is not working. Sandali.
Share screen, sir.
Oo nga eh. Hindi tumatakbo yung aking ano. Sandali. Hindi ko makita ang cursor ko. Ayan, okay. Sorry. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just tentatively entitled this Reactions to Michelle's Research on Mino. Okay. So ano yung first point ko? Yung mga breakthroughs nito. And congratulations, Michelle. No? Naiyak ako sa mga story, sa mga pagkasulat mo nito. Okay? Ito sa tingin ko mga breakthroughs nitong research paper nito. Ang detailed documentation of the experiences are just excellent. Well written, especially in the use of literary, clear language, the story development, characterization, mood, tone, manifest the persona of an artist. Those are 5 little, we call it, mini stories, di ba? Mini essays, but are based on actual experiences. And it's not just technical, kasi you can do it very technically, di ba? You can just, ito nangyari, and then pinuntahan namin to. Pero it's a story, but it's so alive, no? Even if there may mga historical context, no? So congratulations for that. It's also for me a major breakthrough in cultural research, especially Boholano experience, Boholano culture, Boholano beliefs, and a scholarly attempt at documenting and interpreting this precious intangible cultural heritage. Congratulations, Michelle. Now, there are also good attempts, no, at adapting or using some foreign resources of concepts, of theories. Durkheim and Jung's theories, the collective of subconscious, and basic concept from Eliades, si Mircea Eliade, a Romanian scholar, who made pioneering research on shamanism. Bakit ko alam ito? Ginagamit ko po ito kasi sa aking theater work since the time I've been working with PETA. Gumagawa kami ng mga plays on what? The spiritual, the mysteries, the collective subconscious, the point psychological, sociological disorders. No, we had to study. So these are the pillars of scientific research in psychology, sociology, and all of the in psychiatry. No, so and I have been also stung with the concept of shamanism because of Iliade. And that is because nakatrabaho ko si Father Francisco Demetrio. Okay? Ganito, yung historical research na minention ni Michelle, no, na pinagbasihan ng aming pang studies, one of those is a precious historical document from the 17th century kay Father Francisco Alsina, S.J., who made the most important first inventory, cultural mapping siya ng Samar at Leyte, from tangible hanggang intangibles, including mga nasapian. So you know, it was really part of the cultural belief and he did it so objectively. Okay, so this is a good example of reaching out to other sources to understand ourselves. No? And of course, Father Demetrio, I worked with him since 1972, 73, 74, 75. I was part of animating his Museo de Oro. Okay, And we did a lot of analysis of epics, yung kanyang libro, Dictionary of Folk Beliefs, and aside from that, yung ginamit ni Michelle, that opened my eyes to the value of the belief systems, of the worldviews of special people in our community. Now, he was my mentor in appreciating Filipino intangible cultural heritage. Kaya, nung minention lahat ni Michelle yung kanyang mga sources, katulad ni Father Demetrio, naiyak ako. Kasi parang tatay ko yan. I don't know whether you know, I've got the Father Demetrio Award from Ateneo de Liceo in San Cagayan de Oro because of how our PETA has tried to animate those sources of value, sources of research from mga epic chanters. Ni-research nila yon. And I was part of the creative team nila, how to translate it into different cultural expressions. Okay? So, itong breakthrough nito, gumamit ka ng isang local research framework, scholarly at that, to be one of your anchor in the research. Okay. Now, I have to move my next slide. Tambayan. Kung mabilis ako magsalita, pasensya na ha. Okay. Areas for, mali ang spelling, areas for enhancement and future research studies. Okay. I think, Michelle, kailangan natin ma-establish kung bakit kailangan ito. Okay? Kailangan ito, lalo na ngayon. No? I mean, there are so many psychological crises, mga spiritual crises. Why is the need? Ano ito? Parang archaic kind of archaic kind of interest, di ba? Ano ang kanyang value ngayon? No? Now, in the time of the pandemic, now in the time of the world crisis, now in the time of the climate change. Okay, these things are so important to really understand the layering of consciousness of people. Bakit ganito ka mag-isip? Bakit ganito ka maniwala? Anong pinaniniwalaan mo? So this reveals a deep-seated realm of values. No? Kaya this is very important. This is not just for research. For what? Okay? Kailangan ma-establish natin what is the humanistic, spiritual, cultural values of this research. We must enhance this through studies of current or recent. I don't know what's the limitation of the research paper, okay? But I'm saying this to enhance also further research by other studies, not just for Michelle. Enhance, I am not an academic research scholar, huh? I'm just an artist, saying to mirroring my experience in the whole process of research to artistic expression. Enhance through studies of current research, similar studies, Philippine-based cultural frameworks of homegrown cultural theories. Sinimula ito ng whole Philippine studies, Filipinología. I was also a student of Enriquez, of Covar, of Su Salazar, who made inroads into being able to understand also from the Filipino perspective. Maganda magsimula sa West, but you have also to research on ours. No? And marami na I will be downloading kay Michelle 3 or 5 articles which I got from the UP Departments of Social Anthropology that studied all the various aspects of the Philippine experience of Encanto. And one of those is another, tanda na ako, no? One of the most revered scholar in this kind of science was Father Jaime Bulatao, Jesuit. Okay? Yung kanyang pagka-psychic. Okay? So, very similar shamanic experiences. Okay, ngayon, but why am I also so drawn to this? Yung mga kasamahan ko sa teatro, sa arts, have similar experiences. Okay? Si Jun Camacho nagpatambal sa sa bayan kasi giano siya ng mga spirits in that old classroom in Tubigon. Oscar Rial, the late Oscar Rial, had to go all the way back to Samar to cleanse sa tingin niya kinurse siya. Okay? And our chef, one of artists now, si Angelo, has had experiences with his father in mitigating the effect of the spirit world on their coastal town. Okay? So yan. So it is so near. They're dramatic, they're very personal, and they're very real to them. Okay? So some more Filipino research material. Special research, we need special research on folk medicine, tambalans, alternative medicine, not just from the point of view ng maghihanipan, those who were experiencing, but from the point of view of the mortal agents of the supernatural reality. Mga sukdan of Inabanga, of Trinidad, of Danao, mga tambalan ng ano. So, mas kompleto yon kung maintindihan natin yung psychic world din nila. Okay, para balanse. Anong dialogue nito? Okay? Kasi sa most of the stories of sabi ni Michelle, pumupunta sila sa, I'm sorry Michelle, I am just, I would just want to caution you about the use of the term quack doctor. Okay? Siguro before, that could be an acceptable name. Pero ngayon, it really is not, I don't, basta there could, we could use other terms like alternative folk healer or whatever, but it's very, already underestimating the value of these people. Okay? So, so yun, no? We suggest a more comprehensive Filipino, more triangulated approach to the interpretation. Okay? Maganda nag-focus ka kay, as a beginning approach, ang kay Demetrio. Okay? Using thematic analysis. Okay? Pero there's more than that later for other people to do. Not to make it more contextual, historical, sociological, cultural. Okay? And who knows, scientific, more genetic, focused on a town. Why are these towns reflecting this, experiencing this? What is it in their psychosocial, their physico-social, their psychophysical environment? We have the mangroves, diba? We have the trees, we have the arbor, we have the, what is the relationship of nature and culture on this kind of belief? Okay. And then what is the nature, what is the impact of history in this kind of belief? So suggesting more enhanced analysis, even if tentative, not just thematic. Okay? And I might want to add, this has a grave significant implications to other disciplines kung gagawin natin more triangulated ito. Okay? Next. But probe the research content as to how they reflect, interpret, define Filipino and Bicolano values. Okay? Ano ba nakikita natin pagpapahalaga when they narrate this story? What do you feel about their surroundings when you narrate this story? Ano nakikita mong paniniwala nila, yung kanilang makikita mo lang sa mata nila, sa kanilang kilos. Because di ba, values are sometimes expressed, but sometimes they are not expressed. You breathe values. You see them in behavior and how they look at things. No? Ano nakikita natin when they tell these stories? Okay? How these stories and experiences can illuminate our understanding of being a human being. Okay? How does the Philippine experience in pre-colonial animism, colonization, impact on this collective consciousness, which reflects in their experiences with the supernatural? Di ba? Pag nakakita sa magandang palasyo, magandang bahay, palasyo, tapos mistisa, saan nila nakuha yan kung totoong ano? So, may effect ang external culture on their mindset, di ba? Kasi kung nangyari yan siguro sa pre-colonial animism, na nakapian din siya, iba naman lalabas sa kanyang pananaw, sa kanyang panaginip, sa kanyang handurawan. Okay? Okay. So next. Itong huli ko na. The thematic, my challenge to etch in you. Pwede ba yan, Sir, Sir Roque? Okay.
Very
This is not just a challenge to Michelle. You are such an important university. The point of Balay-Kabilin, the point of your research must extend to the other disciplines and outside the university to the province. Okay? I'm saying this because I'm part of the Arts Council. So may agenda din ako dito. Okay? The thematic elements such as mystery, dreadfulness, fascination are so powerful concepts that can be transmitted to art. Okay? Can you imagine if we translate the stories ni Michelle to the arts expression, sa dance, sa music, sa poetry, creative fiction, visual arts, film, and of course drama, where Michelle has already produced beautiful gems of theater. And we promise to support it. We're actually supporting one now with Michelle as participant in our playwriting workshop. At ang ginawa niyang story, ito rin isang Mino story na pwedeng, at amin sabi, gawin natin itong puppet play, children's play for children. Okay, para maintindihan nila ang ibig sabihin ng environment. Okay, napaka-importante itong research ito for further educational and artistic experiences. Can you imagine, ha? Nagbi-build up ang mind ko. Yung story itong mga kababalaghan nito. Can you imagine suddenly an academic team will, in a film, in a theater, will have to understand this. So they go from town to town and they receive conflicts everywhere. So you see, it's not just a story, it will explode like a town exploding into himself. Okay? Parang isang himala, di ba? Himala. Parang itong Mino. Okay? So that at the end, they become to understand why are we like this? Why do they have this? Okay? And I think that's the value that people will still keep on understanding why they are here in life, in the planet. and what is this other capability to see the other world in a different way. Okay, so that's it in a nutshell. Ang gusto kong sabihin, meron pa ba ako? Wala na. Okay, kinopya ko sabi. Ano yung tatlong R sabi ni Dr. mula sa CNU? Replicable, robust, and what's the other R? Hello?
Trustworthiness.
No, tatlong R eh. Replicable. This is so replicable. This is robust, but can be more robust. But I forgot what was the other R. Okay.
Repeatable.
No, replicable is repeatable. Okay. Okay.
Reproducibility. Reproducibility.
Repeatable, ma'am.
Okay, just ask her na. Teka muna naman. Okay, I'll stop share.
Replicable. Repeatable.
Okay. Hanggang doon lang po, and I hope we can do something with this research. We're willing to help. Napakaganda ng 5 story. Yun lang. Pero kailangan palalimin pa, no, ang pagkaka-interpret, no, nitong story nito. Kasi ginamit ni Michelle yung thematic analysis, thematic approach, or yung motivic approach ni Demetrio. We can still use other contextualizing approaches to understand the different layers of this reality. Okay, yun.
Thank you so much, Sir Gardy. You're so generous with your comments and suggestions. Thank you so much.
Ganyan kita kamahal. Okay.
I'm so excited with the script po on Encantos.
Yes, you must watch out because we will produce her play, no? That will be next weekend sa Mugnat Dula Facebook sa Bar Arts Council.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lutgardo Labad. Now,
wala na ba itong Q&A? Okay na yan?
Yes, sir. Now,
Okay.
please accept this certificate of appreciation as the reactor of the research entitled In a State of Nino within the portals of the Encantos Sky Road, the Boholano Experience during the research colloquium held on October 19, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 19th day of October in the year of the Lord 2021 at Tagbilaran City, Bohol. Signed, Father Ruel F. Laro, SVDMA PhD, University President. Now, certificate
Maraming
of...
salamat.
Thank you so much, sir. Certificate of presentation is presented to Dr. Michelle Relieta as presenter of the research entitled In a State of Nino within the portals of the Encantos Sky Road, the Boholano Experience during the research colloquium held on October 19, 2021 via Zoom. Given this 19th day of October in the year of the Lord 2021 at Tagbilaran City, Bohol. Signed, Father Ramilo V. Mapaya, SVD, Vice President for Academic Affairs. All right, so that's the end of the presentation of researches. Congratulations to the presenters and thank you so much, reactors, for your time. Now let's have the open forum. So
May
if-
open forum. Okay.
Yes, for those attendees who have questions, you may now ask your questions or you may type your questions in the chat box. Are there any questions?
I think we have no questions.
All right, so I think there are no questions. So this time, let me give you the Dean of the College of Education, our very own Dr. Roque A. Bongkak for his closing remarks. Sir Dean?
So on behalf of the College of Education and the Administrative Department, allow me to close the series colloquium by congratulating the Center for Research and Publication for making the research culture thrive and be felt in the institution. Let me extend my gratitude also to the presenters, Professor Luspo, Dr. Pabalan, Professor Ravira, and Dr. Relita. Our gratitude also to our reactors who have given their time despite schedule. Dr. Salustiano Jimenez, the Director, Region 7, Dr. Rosel Hardin and Dr. Remedios Bacos of Cebu Normal University, Sir Gardy Labad of the Arts Council of Bohol, Professor Tanyo, our MC, and all the participants. Daghan kaayong salamat. Hopefully, we will be able to use the research-based knowledge that we have generated, not only to enhance instruction, but to improve the obviously disorganized plight of our societies. Thank you and good morning.
Salamat po.
Thank you, Sir
Thank you so
Gardy.
much, Sir Dean. I guess that's the end of our research colloquium. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending, and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salamat. Sir Gardy, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dr. Patpat.
Welcome. Thank you po sa mga
Bye-bye.
deans. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care,
Bye.
everyone. Take care.
Thank you, Sir Roque.
Welcome.